We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where tonight WGN Sports on My 50 presents White Sox baseball. Jose Abreu, Avi Garcia, Melky Cabrera and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Jason Kipnis, Ryan Rayburn, and Terry Francona's Cleveland Indians. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this three-game set. As you may or may not know, last night in the opener, Trevor Bauer against Chris Sale. Well, Trevor Bauer got wild. He walked a lot of guys. We got 2 runs without the benefit of a base hit, but that's all we got, and we lost that ball game 3-2. But tonight, a good thing, in my opinion, is happening because it looks like we're not going to get to the playoff situation, and we got about 24, 25 days left. Trace Thompson's playing against a right-hander. It's
nice to see him in there because the question, while he was terrorizing the left-hand pitchers, is could he hit the right-handers? Well, yesterday, with Cody Allen on the hill trying to nail it down, he throws him 2 good curveballs, and then he reaches out of the strike zone and dumps it into right field to keep the game alive at the time. That was a terrific at-bat because Terry Francona even said nobody saw it very well. So against the left-handers, you see hitting .364 with a couple of home runs, 6 driven in, 3 doubles, and 33 at-bats. Tonight, he's going to face a tough right-hander in Carlos Carrasco. We're going to see how that's going to work out. But if yesterday's at-bat against Allen is any indication, he's going to do fine.
Well, I hope he plays a lot of our young guys the rest of the way. But tonight we've got a couple of good arms on that bump.
Got a couple of very good pitchers going head-to-head, especially in their last 5 games. They've been outstanding. So let's take a look at Carlos Carrasco, who's got a 75-pitch limit tonight. He's just coming back off the disabled list with an ouchy shoulder. For the last time out, he threw the ball pretty well. In fact, the last 5 starts, he's been exceptionally good. Carlos Rodon, likewise. Last 5 starts, terrific. Last time out in Minnesota, he threw it great. He's got 2 sliders. They're both very effective. He's been getting the ball over the plate. And when you can throw 97 and use a changeup occasionally with those 2 sliders, you're in pretty good shape. So let's take a look at both of their last 5 starts. Carrasco 2-1, Carlos 2-2. The ERAs 136, 185. Both these guys have pitched very well the last 5 times out. Hopefully the Sox will win this game tonight and take the series tomorrow.
All right, good pitching matchup, so sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
Welcome back to U.S. Cellular Field. We've got a few minutes before tonight's game between the Indians and the White Sox. Micah Johnson returns to the Sox tonight after spending most of his season at AAA Charlotte. Johnson hit .315 with 8 home runs and 28 stolen bases. Micah used his time in Charlotte to get back to the basics and trust his instincts.
I don't really want to think about anything. I just want to play. That's what I do. When I'm at my best, that's what I'm doing. It's just playing and not worrying and thinking about too much at the plate or defensively or on the bases. That's just reacting with my instincts. And I think at the beginning of the year, I kind of got in trouble. I was just trying to do too much and trying to think too much. Yeah. And so when you get sit down, you kind of have no pressure. You just play. And that's kind of what you want to translate up here is just to just go off your instincts.
His first assignment this afternoon was to take on the WNBA's leading scorer, Elena Della Donna, in a game of horse. We're going to hear more about that contest later in the game tonight. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the lineup and the first pitch right after these messages.
Are some ominous clouds heading our way. It has some rain in them, so we are not going to be able to start on time. In fact, they're not expecting the rain to get here till about 7:30, and then after that, we will wait and see just how long it's going to be. They don't expect it to be a long delay, but it will be a rain delay here tonight for game 2 of this 3-game set. So in the meantime, our rain delay programming, we're going to throw it to How I Met Your Mother.
Sports. Now let's take a look at how Terry Francona is going to line up his Indians for the game tonight. It's Kipnis, Aviles, and Brantley at the top with Rayburn, Santana, and Gomes in the middle. Johnson, Urshela, and Martinez rounded out. The defense, now they'll line up behind Carlos Rodon, Elkie Cabrera, Adam Eaton, and Trace Thompson in the outfield with Mike Olt, Alexi Ramirez, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Rob Brantley gets a nod behind the plate. And Carlos Rodon on the hill. He's 6-6 this year. His ERA a touch over 4 on for his 21st start. 123 strikeouts, only 64 walks, and the young left-hander's done a terrific job, especially over the last 5 starts. The umpires for the game tonight: Ryan Blackney behind the plate, Eric Cooper at first, Quinn Wolcott at second, and Lance Barksdale is at third. So it's raining a little bit harder as we start the game tonight. And they've thrown the ball around the infield, which means we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
Whoever was flipping that coin didn't do a good job, I'll tell you that. Anyway, welcome to White Sox baseball right here over WGN Sports, My 50. Second of this 3-game set. And here's Jason Kipnis. And hopefully Carlos Rodon has enough time to get loose. As there's first pitch strike. Kipnis hitting at .310, 7 homers and 45 driven in. Watch out. Nice pick right there. And 1 out.
Kipnis hit that ball awfully hard and just as easy as you please. Carlos was able to pick it on 1 hop and then flip it over to first base.
So a 1 hour and 4 minute delay. And here's Mike Aviles at .223, 5 homers, 14 knocked in. Mike was 1 for 4 last night and 1 for 4 lifetime against Carlos. Good swing at that. Tribe comes in hitting at .255 as a team with a 3.74 ERA. And there's a chopper up the middle in the center field.
Never really know what it is, but Mike Aviles, who had a leadoff home run in the 4th inning yesterday afternoon and a leadoff base hit today, seems to save his best for our Sox, as does Ryan Rayburn, who's sitting in the 4 spot tonight.
Here's Brantley. Michael at .320, 12 homers, 75 driven in. Outfield. Bunch slightly. Bit of a gap out there in right center. And here at the ballpark, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gaps, and 400 straightaway center. Takes first pitch strike.
Brantley yesterday afternoon came on for a pinch hitter. Got a base hit. That was in the 9th inning. Quickly erased on a double play. One out, 1-1 to count. And this is the 14th meeting of the year between these two clubs. In the first 13, our guys have won 7 of them. Brantley has faced Rodon 7 times, has 1 hit. He usually doesn't give much ground to the left-handers, which means he's pretty tough for anybody to face. And keeping that front side in is the key, and he does it very well.
Made a good pass at that one, but he was underneath it. Ate him up, and that is foul.
Not his best fastball, but a pretty good one because it's located perfectly. Right in on his hands at 94. He can't get his hands out, and this doesn't even make it to third base.
Two and two. Finally, good check right there.
That was an enticing pitch, a hard slider at 89 miles an hour. Not too many guys throw their sliders that hard. And it looked pretty good for a while before darting outside.
He gone. Two down.
Intent on getting him on the same pitch. And pretty similar location. The same slider at 89. Only this time, Bradley cannot check up his swing.
So here's the reigning Sox killer, Ryan Raven. 2 home runs last night off Chris Sale. That gives him 4 off Chris in his career.
He's the only man ever to hit 2 home runs off Chris Sale in the same game. Give you an idea of the dominance of Chris Sale throughout his still very young career. Take a look at those numbers. 82 runs batted in. And he's been in 118 games. That's unbelievable. 20 home runs, hitting almost 300.
And there is Michael, high throw. And he's going to get it. Real good comeback right there by Abreu. A bad throw by Old. Meanwhile, after having to play, it's Cleveland nothing and the good guys coming to bat.
Jose Abreu Melky Cabrera, Avisail Garcia, Trace Thompson, Rob Brantley, Mike Olt, and Carlos Sanchez rounding it out. The defense, and now they'll line up behind Carlos Carrasco. It's Brantley, Martinez, and Rayburn in the outfield with Urshela, Aviles, Kipnis, and Santana in the infield. Yan Gomes behind the plate, and Carlos Carrasco on the hill, just coming back from a tender shoulder. He's 12-9, his ERA, a little above 3.5 in his 25 starts. Opponent's hitting just .232. He's got a terrific fastball and a straight change, which is his second best pitch.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours, as here is Adam Eaton. It's that first pitch, foul. Hit it hard, but foul.
Our Sox want to get Carrasco out of the game. They will extend some of these at bats because he's got a 75 pitch limit. Just coming back off that tender shoulder. They don't want to extend him too much tonight.
Good rip.
All right, this way. Hey, number 5.
You might notice that Carrasco throws every pitch from the stretch. He was demoted to the bullpen, and last year he came on late in the season, was as tough as any pitcher in the league, and it's because he went to the stretch.
One and two the count. Sox come in hitting at .252 as a club with a 3.93 ERA. Count evens at 2.
That was a hard breaking ball low and in, 92 miles an hour.
Let's go, Adam.
And just got a piece of that one.
When Carrasco came out of the bullpen last year, he had the revamped motion. He was taking everything from the stretch. He posted a 130 earned run average with 78 strikeouts and 69 innings over his last 10 starts. And that really propelled him into the rotation this year, where he's had a pretty good year.
And another foul ball, so Adam Eaton having an extended at bat.
He's been really doing a big job lately, getting everything in sight. And as you can see, Carrasco is throwing him every way, in, out, up, and down.
And another foul ball.
Young man enjoying the concession stand.
And pitches inside, so a full count. This will be the 9th pitch. Hided himself right there, but that's still a very good at bat, especially when you come into a game knowing pitchers on a certain pitch count. Meanwhile, 1 out. So 1 out. Let's check out our picks to click. Command Joe, our director and crew, they went with Alexis. Steve's going with Javi Garcia and Wayne Delaney and all the great folks out at the Wheaton Eye Clinic. And we're going to go with Adam Eaton, who just said that 9 pitch at bat. Here's Alexei. Alexei at 253, 9 homers, 54 driven in. Chopper to Hopper. Two down. Here's Abreu, 0 for 4 last evening, breaking a 13-game hitting streak against Cleveland. He is 4 for 14 lifetime off Carrasco.
That one had a lot of late movement on it. It was a fastball. But at the last instant, it just jumped out away from Jose. The Indians a much better team on the road than they are at home. 38 and 35 on the road, one of the better teams in baseball.
Ten consecutive seasons of 500 or better. Or better than 500, really. It's the longest streak of any manager, current manager in the major leagues. 10 consecutive winning seasons. If you do that in these times, in this culture, you know how to manage.
Well, the Indians come in 67 and 69. They've got a shot to take Terry over the top for the 11th straight time.
A 1-2-3 inning for Carlos Carrasco, and after one, no score. Gomes and Johnson to face Carlos Rodon.
Santana, switch hitter, much more power as a left-hand hitter. He is a better hitter, however, as a right-hand hitter. 14 of his 15 home runs have come left-handed.
And there's the base hit. So the leadoff single.
If you're missing way wide on the first pitch, that was a changeup, and it was up and out over the plate. And Santana didn't miss it.
Here's Gomes at 220, 11 homers, 39 driven in. He was 0 for 4 last night. Santana, you got to keep a little bit of an eyeball on him. Not that much of a runner, but he's 9 for 10 in stolen bases, so evidently he's got a pretty good technique.
If you fall asleep on him, and a lot of people do, he was a catcher for a long time, now first baseman, he'll take off. He doesn't get a particularly big lead. However, Carlos has a decent move, not a great move to first, but it's good enough. Gomes last year played in 135 games and he hit .278. This year, early in the year, he hurt his knee. Really hasn't been the same hitter since. He's come back. He's playing now, but this is just his 79th game of the season.
Two and two the count. He gone. One out, second strikeout. Carlos. Here's Chris Johnson. Watch jackknife out of that one. Here's the 255, a couple of homers, and 11 knocked in. Nice little shift there by Brantley.
A few years back, after getting traded from Houston to Atlanta, Johnson won the National League batting title.
And there's a nice approach to that pitch for a base hit. So 2 on, 1 out. And here's Giovanni Urshela.
This pitch is up. It's more of an off-speed pitch than his best fastball, and he's able to take it by a diving Sanchez at second. Carlos just missed this one.
Urshela 0 for 3 last night, and he takes first pitch strike. That one at 93. Just to get me over first pitch fastball.
Well, as we know, there's a lot of ways to go for 3, and he crushed the ball 3 times, only to hit it right at every one of the outfielders.
There's some gas upstairs. 94.
Singles and now 3 strikeouts as that one drifts out of the zone. An anxious Urshela expands that zone.
There's Martinez. Takes a pitch. Pretty good pitch. Didn't get it.
Yesterday, Abraham Almonte played center field. Hit the ball pretty well. But he was a late scratch. Martinez inserted into the lineup.
Now, Monty can swing the bat.
Yeah, he can.
You don't have to watch him very long to understand. He gets a good look at that pitch. Guys who see the ball, that's how I judge hitters. Even when you don't have an opportunity to watch them that long, is how long do they see the ball? Are they a 54-foot hitter, 55, 56, 57, 58? When you start getting up 58 and 59, you're talking about future Hall of Famers or potential future Hall of Famers. Jacks it up, fouls it off. Monty's in that 55, 56 foot range. That's a pretty good pitch. Didn't get that one. That had part of the zone.
Xfinity pitch tracks. You see where the 5 lights up.
2 on, 2 out, and the 2-2 pitch.
Jason Kipnis waiting patiently to see the resolution of this at bat. And the advantage to the Indians is the runners will be going.
Just tuning in, we had 1 hour 4 minute weather delay, not a rain delay because it didn't rain to any degree.
Somehow he was able to react quickly enough to take that one out of Brantley's glove.
And that's what he did. There they go. Pretty good rip right there by the veteran Michael Martinez. And another foul.
Starting to look a lot like the Adam Eaton at bat. This will be the 10th pitch forthcoming. An extended at bat for Martinez.
Chopper 2 hopper. Ball was bobbled.
Santana distracted Olt.
And that's what Robin wants to check out.
Well, Lance Barksdale gave the safe sign right away, meaning that, at least in his estimation at that point, that he didn't interfere with it. And you can screen a guy, but obviously you can't get any part of him. Robin's contention is you got to have a clear path to the ball.
Well, he had the ball clean. He just
dropped
lost it.
Yeah,
he just lost it.
I think Robin's going to lose his argument.
Eric Cooper, crew chief, first base umpire, is now on the third base side of the mound. And that'll load him up. And here comes Coop. So it'll be an error for Mike Olds. And here is the man you don't want to see at the plate. One of them, Jason Kipnis. Hit the ball hard, comebacker. That Rodon made a good pick on. This guy is a good clutch hitter. Well, he shouldn't be into plate anyway. Martinez, they had him struck out. And home plate umpire didn't give him the call.
That one just missed him as Kipnis spun in toward the home plate umpire, Ryan Blackney. That's how you get out of the way of it. Rotate inward, away from the ball. If you want to get hit, you'll do it the other way. We're with the bases loaded. Pretty stout for Jason Kipnis.
Three and oh. Chops that one foul, so a full count. Sacks packed with Indians, 2 out. Once again, the payoff pitch to the Tucson All-Star. Hit hard. Carlos got it. Beautiful play right there. That ball was absolutely tattooed. Meanwhile, Carlos just kept pumping strikes on that 3-2 count.
hits a one-hop rocket. Carlos able to stay right with it. Saves at least 2 and who knows how many more runs. Speed Replay is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Here's Melky. Down and in, couldn't get it.
That's his changeup. His changeup looks very similar to a slider. It's a split finger changeup. Not too many people are able to throw it like he can. And you can see it can make hitters look very bad.
And fouls that one away. Excuse me, fouls that one away. Oh, 2 to count. Melky hitting at 272, 9 homers, 63 driven in. Sox with a 252 average, 3.93 ERA. Good eye. One out.
Cover all the bases for just $79 by purchasing an Abreu 4-pack. Each pack includes 4 upper box game tickets, 4 hot dog value meals, and a parking pass. Abreu 4-packs are available now for all remaining Monday through Thursday games. Visit whitesox.com/Abreu to order yours today.
Here's Avi. Garcia, 268, 12 homers, 56 driven in. And you can cancel the post-game show. First hit.
He doesn't get a whole lot of this, but it's a fastball. It's on the inner portion, and he gets enough of it to ease it by Aviles at shortstop.
That'll bring up Trace Thompson. Right fielder hitting at 381. Couple of homers. He's driven in 6. Pinch hit last night. Had a real good at bat. Got a base hit. Keep that game going. Not going to do anything out there though, especially on first pitch. One out, one on, 1-1 to count. And there's a base hit. Solid single in the hole.
Looks like he tried to throw that fastball by him. It was down and in. And at 97 miles an hour, Trace is quick enough to get the good part of the bat on it and drive it easily through the left side. So So for a guy who they eased into the lineup against the right-handers, he's now 5 for 10 against right-hand pitching.
At the fence, he jumps. You can put it on the board. Yes, 3-run homer for Rob Brantley. That is 3-0 White Sox.
First home run. Now he has 4 runs batted in. And he got a whole lot of that, taking it into the bullpen. As Rayburn went back, leaping in vain.
So here is Olt. Brantley, who had 8 homers down in Charlotte, towards the end of the season pretty quick. As we talked about the other day, he's got some pop.
This is another fastball, only it's right down the middle. And Carrasco is finding out that even at 97, you throw it down the middle, guys are going to hit it pretty hard.
A lot of the time they will. There's a chopper to Hopper. Avila's low throw. Santana goes out and gets it in the air. 2 down. And of course, with that home run by Brantley, the Alex Nelius family and Christine O'Reilly will hook up with White Sox charities in loving memory of Ursula. Here's Sanchez. Carlos at 229. 3 homers, 26 driven in, 0 for 3 last evening. And he has faced Carrasco 8 times, has 1 hit, and it was a homer. Two balls, no strikes.
Carrasco gave up his 15th home run this year in 160 innings.
Well, he's going to throw some home runs. He is aggressive. He's got a terrific arm. And there's ball 4. Unless he has real good control, he's going to throw some home runs because that aggressiveness is going to get him.
Well, he's averaging well in excess of 9 strikeouts per 9 innings.
He's going to do that. He's going to strike out a lot of guys.
Yeah, he is. And the control actually has been very good. But coming back off the disabled list, the worst thing can happen to you is being wild in the strike zone.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's not so much the walks as how you handle the strike zone itself. That pitch close. There he goes. And he will pick up the stolen base.
I don't think Gomes knew he had the ball in the glove. I think he felt that he lost it, only to take a look and see it in the glove. Good break by Carlos. Gomes has the ball, but doesn't think so.
Now pick him up, Adam. Could not check it up, and that'll retire the side. But the 3-run homer by Rob Brantley, his first in the Sox uniform, and it's 3-0. Good guys. Third inning in a 1 hour and 4 weather delay earlier. 3-0 Sox. So here is Aviles. Takes it low and away. Like a single in his first at bat. Two and one. High to right. Trace Thompson.
White Sox fans, celebrate your culture with Hispanic Heritage Night on October 2nd, presented by Miller Lite. There's going to be Latin music and dancing, special activities for kids, an on-field parade, and a post-game fireworks show. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Miller Lite, the official beer of your Chicago White Sox. Tickets start as low as $10. Visit whitesox.com/NHH.
Michael Brantley. Into left center. Good pitch. He fisted it himself right there, so 2 out. Here's Ryan Rayburn. Got it now 5-3 with Abreu making a good play. Takes first pitch strike at 85.
That's his get me over slider. A very good pitch on the first pitch, because not too many people want to swing at anything breaking on the first pitch.
0-2. Another one at 85 downstairs. And one it up. And he gets it down. Finale tomorrow night. Jeff Samardzija against Josh Tomlin, and that game will be over Comcast Sportsnet if you can't make it to the ballpark. Off day on Thursday, and Minnesota coming to town for 3, followed by Oakland for 4. As he gone 1-2-3 inning, 4 strikeouts now, and he leads it 3-0.
Official White Sox debit card, only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/White Sox to learn more. Wintrust Community Bank, member FDIC.
Here's Alexei. Grounded out to his counterpart, Mike Aviles. On the inside corner for a strike. Count tonight, 26 games remaining. Counting this one 15 here. Long road trip coming up. Our final road trip of the season.
Got a split doubleheader with the Tigers on that road trip, making it 11 games. And huge games in New York, certainly for the Yankees, who are battling tooth and nail.
Well, at least you got a chance to get a spoiler. That's something. That split doubleheader in Detroit, not very much fun.
No. Starting at 1, culminating around 11 or so. Take a look at the East, where the Yankees are just 1 game behind Toronto. I'm not sure exactly how the Yankees are doing it. They're unsure if Mark Teixeira will be back the rest of the year. The pitching has been somewhat iffy, and yet Joe Girardi and his New York Yankees are finding a way to stay close to Toronto, who really beefed up at the trade deadline.
Well, Joe Girardi's made himself a really good manager, a real good one. As that's pitch is unhittable right there. One out. That stuff he's been running out there for the last few years has actually been a great training ground, so to speak, for Joe, and handling it on the biggest stage in sports.
More times than not, he's had to do it with smoke and mirrors because he lost most of his pitching staff and he kept them afloat.
The injuries he's had, come on. Late call and a bad call.
Carrasco originally came to the major leagues with Cleveland back in 2009, but he came via a trade from the Philadelphia Phillies, a trade that sent Cliff Lee to the Phillies.
That ball hit high, deep. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. Yes. Number 26. And it's 4-0.
'26 and 84 on the power numbers, and that was a no-doubter. So all 4 runs courtesy of the long ball. All Bradley did was just turn around and watch how far it would go.
So here's Melky. He struck out. Takes it high and wide.
There, Giovanni Soto loosening in the pen. So each team has one. Ours is a catcher. There's a left-hand pitcher.
Checks it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out, 1 in here in the bottom of the third. 4, 4, and 1 for us. 0-3 and 0 for them.
We're just talking about Joe Girardi and his Yankees. They just took a big blow, not only to Teixeira, not available, but they're shutting down Nathan Eovaldi. He's 14 and 3. So they got a very distinct possibility that he will miss the rest of the season.
And there's ball 4. Second walk issued by Carrasco. Well, Baltimore beat the Yankees 2-1 in the Bronx. And Minnesota, top of the 10th at Fenway, tied at 1 with the Carmines. There's Avi. He had our first hit last inning. 1-1 to count. Outfield. Just a couple of steps over towards right. Another one of those you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's a high slider that you think might stay inside at the last instant. It was just spinning, but it stayed over the inside corner up.
He's got a very, very, well, let's put it this way, inconsistent strike zone. And Ivy says something to him. It's 5 strikeouts now. This is like hitting off that guy yesterday, Trevor Bauer. That's a tough guy to hit off of when he's all over the place. You don't know what he's going to do. You can't walk up there with a plan. You got to just look for the ball.
And he's got a lot of pitches.
And
they're
he's
good
got good
ones.
stuff.
They're good ones.
So that's just a tough day to hit. You get a guy who's around the plate a lot, which most major league pitchers are. You can have an idea, but when you get a guy like Bauer out there, he's all over.
And he finds himself 11-11 for a team under 500.
Trace with a big hit last inning, a single, and he came around to score. Two and one to count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Away, has a wild pitch.
There was no chance at all for Gomes as that ball bounced well in front of the plate, sweeping wide to his right. It's the 4th wild pitch of the year. That's not a high total for a guy with this kind of stuff.
Now pick him up, Trace. Make it hurt. A good at bat. You know, just watching Trace for a short period of time under major league conditions, as here comes Terry Francona, and watching him in spring training, he'll chase more bad pitches on first pitch than he will on 3-2.
Now, he seems to have a pretty good command of the strike zone for a guy just making his first go around in the major leagues. And so that's going to be it. Carrasco is going to depart. And we'll step out and be back after these messages. He's pitched a third of an inning and given up nothing. It's just his second appearance of the year. And an early departure for Carrasco, who was not even close to a 75 pitch limit. He just was not terribly effective. And he gave up 2 rockets of a home run. And our 4th drive of the game is the home run in the second. A fastball right down the middle. And Bradley gave it a ride.
So the 24-year-old southpaw, he's 6'2", 190, out of Carolina, Puerto Rico. He had a rip. Came over to Cleveland from the Tigers for Johnny Peralta.
Pretty good deal for the Tigers. Now Peralta doing a very good job with St. Louis.
Two-hopper, and that'll retire the side. So we have a mild threat. Can't do anything with it. We're into the 4th, leading 4-0. For the fourth inning for Cleveland, it'll be Santana, Gomes, and Chris Johnson. Santana popped a single into left field his first trip. Takes that one. Low and away. Change up. Turno. There's one. High pop up. Carlos making the call and has the ball for round number 1.
Both of these teams are very similar in that there was high hopes coming out of spring training for both of these teams. And you look at the offenses, they're very close to one another. Cleveland about the middle of the pack at 255, the Sox 252. Pitching overall, the Tribe has a bit of an edge. They're 4th in the league in pitching. The Sox 8th in the league in pitching. In defense, Cleveland a little bit better, but neither team has accomplished what they wanted to accomplish out of this year.
Shot. Gomes. Hang with him. 2 down.
Sox fans, join us on Wednesday, September 16th for Bark at the Park at U.S. Cellular Field, presented by Avoderm Natural Pet Foods and Nylabone. For more information, visit whitesox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME. Unfortunately, my dog's favorite umpire, Lance Barksdale, will probably not be here.
Chris Johnson, single. Hit a little ground ball on the hole between first and second. Well, I can't remember coming out of spring training. The ball into right field. Played it perfectly. Played it perfectly. That young man is a good-looking baseball player.
Insurance-wide agent serving the area for 37 years. To join the nation, visit jeffbook.com because Nationwide is on your side.
4-0 Sox here in the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll be Old Sanchez and back to the top of the order with Adam Eaton. As I was saying, as Trace Thompson made that line drive deep in right field look easy. I don't recall coming out of spring training seeing as many different people pick as many different teams to win their division. It was all over the place. Primarily in the East, there were three main ones that were picked. Same thing in the Central and American League. In the West, primarily just 2. That was a lot of people picked Seattle. A lot of people picked the Angels. Old can't get it.
I'm not sure too many people picked Houston.
No, I didn't hear Houston name mentioned one time.
Not a once. Austin Adams loosening in the pen.
I'll tell you another one team, primarily 2, was in the National League East, was Washington. Almost everybody picked Washington.
And a crushing defeat tonight as Washington at home against their leading protagonist, the New York Mets. They had a 7-1 lead. They lost that game 8-7. That is a crusher.
That ball high and deep into right field. Rayburn back up against the fence, the Xfinity sign. And that is out number 1. But there are a lot of teams picked in the National League Central, primarily 4. St. Louis was picked, Pittsburgh was picked, Cubs were picked, and Cincinnati was picked. Cincinnati in last place. In the National League West, you had the Giants, defending world champions, picked, the Dodgers, and San Diego. There were a lot of people who picked San Diego to win that division. I don't recall that many in a long time, if ever. Carlos. Urshela makes the play. Two down. And here's Adam Eaton. He is flying to center and struck out. Fakes the bunt, takes the ball. Pitch at a part of the zone. One pitch. Outfield shaded to the left. There's a breaking ball, took something off, and the old curveball missed. So 2-1.
That was a big breaking curveball.
Come on, Adam.
Ball hit hard. Meanwhile, Aviles is there. And that is a 1-2-3 inning, a quick 1-2-3 inning for Soto. 6 lead. First pitch to Urshela. Giovanni fouls it, and that's into the seats for a souvenir.
Well, it's been a pleasure to watch Carlos Rodon and his development. A young pitcher coming in, he was throwing everything as hard as he could, working very slowly. Now he's learned to have a little finesse with the fastball. That's one of the most difficult things for young pitchers to understand. You can make a fastball 2 or 3 different pitches easily by finger pressure and where you hold it in your hand. And Carlos is doing a great job of that and using his both speed sliders.
Well, he's had some breaks. The breaks being he's had one of the best, if not the best, pitching coach in the game, Don Cooper. He's had another guy named Chris Sale who gets it and throws it and is a great teammate and a great competitor. He's had Jose Quintana, who is a terrific competitor. You factor those things in. If you can't learn something from those guys, you got a problem.
Well, very few guys, left-handed starters especially, will come into the major leagues on a staff that has 3 other left-hand starting pitchers.
Well, Johnny Danks is a great competitor. So he walked into a situation here where the competitiveness for a young rookie, you couldn't ask for anything more.
He got drafted by the right team, as it turned out, 3rd pick in the country, and got to the major leagues because this team is not afraid to bring up young players and give them an opportunity to see what they can do.
And the guy that's pitching for us tomorrow night is a terrific competitor. Here you go. And of course, that is Jeff Samard. Jeff's been struggling lately, but he will compete. He'll give you everything he's got that particular day.
There's a hard breaking slider low and in, 91 miles an hour. You're going to find a whole lot of right-hand hitters that have no chance against that one.
Martinez reached on an error. Well, one of the great things to see in baseball. That ball hit well in center field. He got a good jump. Can't get there. So that is a line shot over the head of Van Meeken double.
Martinez had a couple of good swings the first time up. This time he crushes the ball. Adam thought he had a chance at it, but that ball hit about 398 feet to straightaway center field.
But one of the great things to see in baseball is when you see a pitching staff evolve and morph into a top U situation. It doesn't come along very often. Baltimore had it. The Atlanta Braves had it for a while. Every time they go out there, they're just trying to be better than the guy who was out there the day before. And that's a beautiful thing to see. And of course, if you get one on your team, then that means you got a pretty good ball club. There's the strike. Kipnis hits the ball hard twice. Meanwhile, he's 0 for 2. Hit a hard comebacker to Rodon and hit a bullet to Sanchez at second. Did not go.
Jason came into this game hitting just under 333 lifetime at U.S. Cellular Field. And because he makes his home here, he has a world of friends and family just up the road, you would think they'd probably save his best for when he comes to town.
I never played on a ball club that had a top U situation with a pitching staff, but we saw some evolve and played against some. And I'll tell you, the guys that had it, they were tough to hit. That ball hit in the right field. Meanwhile, Chase Thompson makes everything look so easy.
Well, he's a very graceful outfielder. It doesn't matter which position he's playing. But he gets a good jump and seems to ease back into the catch, where other outfielders run around like their hair is on fire and they seem to misjudge most everything. Some of them have the makeup speed, but Trace has good speed and terrific instincts defensively.
Well, you can't do that. That's something you learn, because you can't get good jumps unless you're into the game. You can't. There's two phases to the game: there's offense and defense, and if you're struggling offensively, you cannot let that affect your defense. And there's a shot past all, so they're going to get on the board. Aviles with his second hit. What new? And it's 4-1.
That's RBI number 15. And it cuts the lead to 3. Fastball down and on the inner portion, and Aviles, who showed us a real quick stroke, real short stroke yesterday on a home run against Chris Sale, gets around pretty quickly on that one.
It's hard to have a short stroke if you extend. He hit that one with very short arms. First pitch strike to Brantley, but if young outfielders or veteran even, you see a lot of veterans that'll take that strike out of the pop up of that ground out to the field with them. If you're thinking about that, you don't get a good jump on the ball. Now you're cheating your pitcher, you're cheating your team. One and two. Getting his hit right on the money all 3 times tonight. And he's 0 for 3.
He's got the 0 for to show for it.
Alexi will take it himself. But the one out double, the line drive deep into right, the tag up to go to third, the single. We're halfway home, leading 4-1.
And click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner. That's for the latest stats and information. The Sox Game Zone is powered by Robert Morris University, Illinois, offering over 55 athletic teams, more than any other university in the state. For more information on RMU, visit robertmorris.edu. And we've got a new pitcher coming in the ball game. And there's a look at Austin Adams. 2-0 his ERA, 3.14 on for the 23rd time. Been called on to save one game. He was successful.
Alexei. It's that ball into right field. And that's going to be fair. So it's going to be a ground rule double. And Alexei now 1 for 3 with his 27th two-bagger.
Rayburn had a long way to go for this one, slicing away from him, and he just couldn't get there. It's a high fastball with plenty on it, but Alexei likes high fastballs. And he slices it away from Rayburn, who ran a long way before watching that one hop out of the ballpark.
Oh, Austin Adams is a little guy, but he can throw hard. He's 5'11". He can get it up there. And here is Abreu, a strikeout and a home run. That was his 26th and picked up his 84th RBI. That pitch at 97.
The monster replay. Coming in the third inning. Towering blast, his 26th. That made it 4-0 at the time. The Indians have scored one to make it a 3-run lead.
Another one at 97.
Adams out of the Indian organization. Was signed by the Tribe in 2009. They got him in the 5th round out of Faulkner University in Montgomery, Alabama.
And there's a base hit. And we're going to get that run back. It's 5-1. RBI number 85 for Abreu.
This is a fastball, and there's a lot of runs to be driven in. If you can extend that outside part of the plate, sometimes picking on a pitch that's out of the zone. But Jose does a great job of plate coverage, and he seems to sense what the pitcher's going to do to him and not try to do too much with it.
And that ball hit deep, but not deep enough. Martinez guns it back in. 1 out. Well, if you notice about Abreu, he's got different swings. And what that tells you is he's got good thinking. He's got different approaches. According to the count, according to the stuff of the pitcher.
Well, he's just one of the top of the pecking order run producers. He knows what to do. The situations dictate that he's got to drive in a run.
Well, that's what situational hitting is. It's just not with a man on second. It's just not with a man on third. And that's a base hit by Javi, his second of the game. Situational hitting can be from at-bat to at-bat. A lot of times with nobody on it. Now here's Trace. Trace is single, scored, and walked.
Well, there Giovanni Soto did a pretty good job in his inning and a third. Didn't give up anything. Our Giovanni Soto still sitting on the pines.
Well, it's easy to see how somebody would want Giovanni Soto, the left-handed pitcher.
You're not kidding.
Very easy.
Left-handers who can get the ball over the plate are usually worth their weight in gold.
He has some good movement. That one at 97.
The big right-hander is Zach McAllister, and the left-hander is Kyle Crockett, who seems to have taken a seat for the moment.
Good check. Good check by Trace. And that's a good eye. Had a good pass at that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Got him upstairs at 97. 2 down.
Here comes Terry Francona.
Terry will make some trips to that mound.
This is one of the delightful times of the year for Terry. He gets to expand his bullpen.
Well, if other managers would take his lead, maybe, I don't know. He's won
a
10
lot.
consecutive years.
He's won a lot.
All right. As Austin Adams departs, then we'll be back.
Hundred, 300, and 500 levels. Learn baseball fundamentals from Chicago White Sox Training Academy coaches in batting and pitching cages, along with base running areas and more. It's all from Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And we've got a new pitcher coming in the game, and it is Kyle Crockett. Doesn't have a record, as a .338 ERA, is on for the 24th time. He inherits a couple of base runners at first and second. Sox up by 4, looking for more.
Well, here's a man that's accounted for 3, our first 3, with that first home run in a White Sox uniform in the 2nd inning. A 3-run blast.
Crockett taken in the 4th round of the 2013 draft. Twice named Virginia High School Baseball Player of the Year. Pretty tough to do, but not when you go 27-0.
That's
in those 2 years.
The high school level, that's tantamount to what Mike Trout did at the big league level his first 2 years. Big pitch right here, the 1-1. That's into center field. Martinez back in front of the track, hauls it in, and that'll retire the side. But we do pick up 1. Second RBI of the game by Jose Abreu. Almost we're done. Ryan 0 for 2. He's grounded to third, and he is struck out. Sox lead it 5-1 as there's first pitch strike. There was a strike, and he didn't get it. Hey, nice pick right there, Bo. Kept his glove down. Keep the glove down, you got a chance. If you don't, you got to get very, very lucky.
Carlos should be getting the game ball because he kept Rayburn in the infield in 3 at-bats, and he's 0 for 3.
Well, I was thinking about it after the game yesterday driving home, just how incredible Ryan Rayburn has been against us. I mean, better than anybody. Well, Jim told me did it in a different way. More home runs, obviously, you know, more dramatic because of 450, 500-foot home runs against us. Come back and get it. That's the first walk issued. Carlos.
Ever dreamed of being a major league ball player? The Los Angeles Dodgers and Chicago White Sox fantasy camp takes place January 18th through the 24th, 2016 at Camelback Ranch, Glendale, Arizona. To reserve your roster spot, email fantasycamp@camelbackranchbaseball.com or call 623-302-5078.
Don Gomes fouls that one away right side up into the mezzanine. Just tuning in, we had a 1 hour and 4 minute rain delay, weather delay. It was light rain fell, but that's yank foul. Part of that delay, the rain drop never hit the ground.
No, that was a threat of rain delay.
Either that, yeah, threat or weather, depending.
Fortunately, it gave us the U.S. Cellular Field split and really didn't get here very much at all.
It is very tough, and that is something that we're all familiar with who've been here for a long time. It's just absolutely unbelievable how it gets here in splits. So probably many times I'll make my drive coming into the ballpark, and it will rain, I mean constantly, from the time I leave South Bend or Granger. And I get up here across the Skyway. It starts to get on the Dan Ryan, and poof, it disappears.
No rain at all.
None. He gone.
It's right there. And he gets rung up.
6 strikeouts now for Carlos. Chris Johnson. He singled in the hole between first and second, and then he lined out hard deep to right field. There's a one hopper. Oh. And that'll do it. Go to the bottom of 6. We lead it by 4.
$97999 right now for your chance to win 6 meals from the Simple 6 menu from Subway. Message and data rates may apply. Subway, eat fresh. And so Zach McAllister comes in the ball game. He's a big, hard-throwing right-hander. Trying to preserve a 4-run deficit. Calcer, originally with the Yankees, has had a couple opportunities to start, but appears to be more successful out of the pen. 3-4, 3.02 ERA, which is very good, on for the 52nd time. And 75 strikeouts, just 17 walks. That's pretty good walk to strikeout ratio.
So here's Mike Holt. Mike has grounded to short and going out deep to right field. And takes the strike that was not called. Ball one. That's on the corner. Five, 7-1 for us, 1-5-0 for them. Here at the bottom of the 6th inning. That was a redo of the previous pitch.
Almost put it right on top of the previous pitch. Same velocity. And it's the same perfect pitch on the outside corner. Calcer originally chosen in the 3rd round of the 2006 draft. He was chosen by the New York Yankees.
One out. So here's Sanchez. He has walked, picked up a stolen base, his 2nd of the season, and he's popped up to 3rd. Sox trying to even the series at a game apiece. Because they all lost yesterday 3-2. 3 solo homers, 2 by Ryan Rayburn. And 1 by Micah Belis. Full count. Once again, the payoff. Beats it, get by. Yeah, well, took a funny hop. So that'll be a base hit. And here's Adam Eaton, who's due. He's 0 for 3. Adam takes ball 1. Jeff Samardzija tomorrow night gets Josh Tomlin. Two and 0. Alexei on deck.
McAllister has got to be almost letter perfect with his control because for the most part he's a one-pitch pitcher. He has other pitches, but he chooses more times than not to just use a fastball.
There it was right there. Tea time. Couldn't pull the trigger. 2 and 1. Got virtually the same arm slot on most of his fastballs as well. That's into left field, and they got a man there. Fastball inside to the left-hander, outside to the right-hander.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of his entire game plan. You would think with an arm as good as he has, and it's really good, that he would have been able to develop at least one more serviceable major league pitch.
Alexei 1 for 3, a leadoff double. That was last inning. Down in the right field corner, hopped into the stands, and he scored on the Abreu single. That was right there. Nice gap out there in right center if he can find it. There, Carlos goes. He's safe. His second stolen base of the day, his third of the season. He's now 3 for 4.
McAllister very slow to home plate, uses a big leg kick, and Gomes did a very good job of making it as close as it was. You see that high leg kick? That gives a base stealer another 2 to 3 steps.
Now they're going to review it.
That was a real good throw by Gomes.
Gomes is good.
Yes, he is. Gets rid of it quickly. And the call by Quinn Wolcott was that the hand was on the bag before the tag. He might have something there.
He's out.
He is out. Tagged him on the waist before the hand got there. So Terry Francona deciding to challenge this. Kipnis is there waiting. Can't really tell much from that angle. Now we'll see if the definitive proof comes into play.
Well, again, they have 2 angles that we don't have access to, don't even know where they are in every ballpark. So sometimes they are definitely going to get different shots of it than we do. He's out. And it'll retire the side. So take away the stolen base. Caught stealing it is instead. But we still lead it 5-1.
including a jersey autographed by the 2005 White Sox. Tickets to Fan Appreciation Day on October 4th and more. Visit whitesox.com/summer sweeps.
Giovanni Urshela. Giovanni 0 for 2 against Carlos. He struck him out both times. Two and 0.
Pitch number 100 on the way.
And there's activity down in our pen. That one at 94, whistles it right on by. That one at 95. Just got a piece of it.
The only trouble innings pitch-wise for Carlos Rodon was the second inning. He gave up a couple of hits and an error. 30 pitches in the second, and 46 through 2 was a big number, but then he started to get very economical. Zach Duke loosening in the pen.
That is high in the right center field. Back on the track.
Ryan Webb loosening in the Cleveland pen. If he used 5 pitchers, he would be the 6th.
Here's Michael Martinez. He reached on an error. Then he doubled and scored. That changeup out in front, and very quickly the count 0-2.
That time he reached back to get a little something extra, but it was wide of the plate.
He gone. 2 down.
2 97s in a row, the second of which he threw right by Martinez.
7 strikeouts now for Carlos. And here's Kipnis, who has been to the plate 3 times and hit it right on the money all 3 times, and he's 0 for 3. Just one of those days. Inside part of the corner. He gone. 8 strikeouts, 1, 2, 3 inning, 7th inning stretch. He leads it 5-1.
We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's a 5-1 lead. Sox have out hit the Indians 8-5. And we've got a new pitcher coming in, and it's Ryan Webb. He's 1-0. His ERA 2.89 out for the 34th time. And both teams have some very, very big arms coming out of the bullpen. A lot of 97s, 98s out of these respective pens. Carlos is having quite a night. Gets a hug from his catcher, who certainly helped him with a 3-run homer. And so you would think that that would be it. Enough pitches for the young left-hander who keeps on getting better each and every time out.
It's fun to watch. It's really been fun to watch. I love to watch young players get out there who can play and perform.
He's got really excellent stuff, and now he's commanding it. Makes him doubly tough.
Well, one of the best things he's done is get it and throw it. There is base hit off Webb for Alexei. Now 2 for 4. It really just absolutely amazes me how many young pitchers come into the big leagues and get out there and take time and time and time in between 30 seconds, 35 seconds in between pitches, and they just get ripped.
Well, it gives for the appearance that you're not really trusting your stuff enough to go right at the hitter each and every pitch.
And you know how much mound presence counts.
Yeah, it certainly does.
That first pitch strike to Jose, who is 2 for 3, a homer and an RBI single. That's that sense of control we talk about all the time, is the fact that somebody's going to have it. Either you're going to have it as a hitter or he's going to have it as a pitcher, but somebody is going to have that sense of control.
And there's a familiar face, Gavin Floyd. He said he was actually ecstatic to be 100% to get back to the major leagues.
Boy, that elbow of his has had some problems, hasn't it?
He's battled back through all of them. He's still here. His quote was, "It's funny, you feel very separated from the game when you're out injured. Then you go out, you play a little bit, you remember how much fun it was."
And that ball hit hard. That's going to be over the head of Bradley. One hops the fence. So Alexei now is going to be held at third on the double by Abreu. The good thing is, wow, he would have been a gone goose.
Jose, a triple short of the cycle. They're not going to get an opportunity to do that. But this one certainly is hit as hard, if not harder, than the home run.
Harder.
That's a slider that doesn't do much, and he just crushes it over the head of Brantley, who takes a step or two and then realizes he's got no chance for that. That ball just seemed to accelerate.
Threw a rocket strike to the plate. So now the infield in. Here's Melky. He's due. He's 0 for 2. And look at this. Oh, look at the stop by Aviles underneath. What a play. What a play by Mike Aviles. That's big league right there. That's varsity.
Well, when you factor in that he can play just about any position and usually does for the Indians, this shows you how strong his arm is. from a prone position. He's looking at third, and he's balancing on his right knee. He gets it across with enough on it to get Melky by a full step.
That's about as good as it gets right there.
Just an outstanding play. Alexi can't go anywhere as Aviles is looking right at him.
So here is Avi. He's 2 for 3. Yeah, I don't care what shortstop you're talking about. That's as good as it gets. Gomes keeps it in front of him. Big pitch right here. High into right field. And they're going to cut it off. So 2 down. Ivy now 2 for 4 with a run scored on the night. Here's Trace. He's 1 for 2, a single and a run scored, a walk. Takes it right there at inside corner 94. There's a bullet. Yes, Trace. That'll score a pair. He's on his way to second. And they get him, but both runs count. A beautiful piece of 2-out hitting. And it's a 7-1 ball game.
Carlos Rodon was brilliant. 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run with 8 strikeouts and a lone walk. Brantley, his battery mate, a 3-run home run in the second. Abreu, a solo home run in the third. And Abreu, a triple shy of the cycle. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda now at your Honda dealer. And Nate Jones comes into the ball game. 1-1 ERA, 2.13 on for the 13th time. Opponent's hitting just 171, which is a very small number.
Seven, 11-1 for us, 1-5-0 for them. In game 2 of this 3-game set. And game 2 of this 10-game homestand. Another one tomorrow night with these guys. Off day on Thursday. Then Minnesota Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then Oakland Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to finish it off. Here's Aviles. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI, a lone RBI. The ball hit hard. Melky can't make it. Got the glove on it, but could not hold it. So that'll be a double.
Ninth double of the year, and Mike Aviles continues to whack away at Sox pitching. 3rd hit of the night. This ball's hit hard. Melky seemingly measuring it. Goes up, hits the heel of the glove.
So here's Brantley. Michael's 0 for 3. Pitch just outside. And that ball hit hard. And out of here. It's a 7-3 ball game.
That location is exactly where left-hand hitters love the ball, which is down and in. Brantley hits his 13th. He's now driven in 77. And that Trace Thompson at bat with the 2 extra runs really comes in handy, as Brantley hits a line shot out of the ballpark.
So here's Francisco Lindor, 21-year-old. Switch hitting shortstop. Hitting for Rayburn. Ryan was 0 for 3 tonight. That's news in itself. Got him, 1 out. Big 2-run single by Trace Thompson. So here's Carlos Santana, a single, a pop up to second, and a walk. strike. Slider.
And this by far is most powerful side for Santana.
Two on one to count.
14 of his 15 home runs have come swinging the bat from the left side.
Three and one, no walks.
And here comes Don Cooper. He wants a word with Nate Jones.
That'll bring up Yan Gomes, the catcher. Yan 0 for 3, a couple strikeouts and a line out to second. That is high, right. Base. 2 down. So Chris Johnson, the DH, will be the next hitter. That one at 98. The way this game has been going from a bullpen standpoint, where it's become, in essence, a battle of bullpens. It just boggles your imagination to think of where it's going to be 10 years from now. Guys coming out of there throwing 100, 101, 102, 103.
Well, you'll have a lot more Aroldis Chapmans than you have right now,
Oh,
because there's
yeah.
only one of those guys.
There's no question about it, because as you well know, the bodies are going to be there. They're going to be bigger and stronger. Now it becomes a state of mind.
Well, even training methods and everything else that guys go through to keep them sound is going to be a whole lot better 10, 15 years from now than it is today.
Oh, no question. No question. Yeah, you're liable to have a bullpen full of triple-digit throwers.
I mean, right now, you probably have never seen high 90s guys come trotting out of more bullpens in baseball in any era that's ever been played.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. He gone. And that'll do it. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Leading, I should say, 7-3.
On MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game live on HD on more than 400 devices with MLB.tv Premium. You get real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Visit MLB.tv today. And as we head to the bottom of the 8th, we've got a new pitcher and a familiar pitcher. It's nice to see Gavin Floyd back in the major leagues after all of his injuries. This is his 3rd game.
So here's Brantley, a 3-run homer. He's 1 for 3. Got us on the board in a hurry with that bomb off Carrasco.
This is the versatility of Mike Aviles. He played a terrific shortstop tonight. Now he goes in and goes to right field. And Francisco Lindor, who came on to pinch hit, goes in at his normal position, which is shortstop.
Just foul. Three and one to count. And there is ball 4.
Frankie Montas loosening up, and looks like he'll come on to pitch the 9th.
So here's Mike Olt. He's 0 for 3. It goes, says Eric Cooper. And to count 0-2. Jams him, pops him up. Stand him down. 1 out. Here's Sanchez. He's 1 for 2. A walk, a stolen base. First pitch strike. Change up way out in front. That's going to be a pitch that is a necessity for Gavin.
Yeah, he's not going to have that great curveball that he used to have. And when he won 17 that year, it was overwhelming.
Well, he had one of the best curveballs in all of baseball. There's one there, but that changeup is going to have to come to the fore for him. Got him. 2 down. So here's Adam. Adam 0 for 4 tonight. Chopper. And they get him. So we're into the 9th. We lead it 7-3.
And Nate Jones still in the game. Carlos Rodon went 7, gave up just 1 run on 5 hits. Fanning 8, walking 1, and here comes Robin. He's already made the call to the pen.
Now that we're going to pitch hit for Urshela. And it was going to be Jose Ramirez. So Nate will depart, and we'll be back.
3-5 with a 3.50 ERA and for the 62nd time. He's been awfully good out of the pen. Opponent's hitting just .230.
How about that 8th inning on Sunday in Kansas City? He comes on, strikes out Mussina, Morales, and Gordon.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was. So here's Ramirez, switch hitting shortstop, as he takes first pitch strike. Waiting for Urshela, who was 0 for 3. Martinez on deck. Just joining us, we scored 3 in the second, 3-run homer by Rob Brantley. First in a White Sox uniform. Added 1 in the 3rd, added 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th. And that ball hit deep and gone.
Well, that one hit way back.
And it's 7-4.
It's only the 3rd home run of the year for Ramirez, and he's saved up for that one.
So here's Martinez. He is 1 for 3. Ripped a double, a line shot over the head of Adam Eaton. And 1 hop the center field fence. Pretty good pitch right there. Did not get it.
Ramirez got it, though. It was low and in. He got every bit of what he's got behind that swing.
Three and 1, no walks. Take him down right there. And a full count. Inside of his foot. That is not a good spot.
Right off the top of the instep. He's not feeling real good right now.
And it's liable, if it's what I think it is, it's liable to get worse. So a full count. Outfield straight up, spread out. He gone. 1 out. Oh, 3-2 hook. Here's Kipnis. He's 0 for 4 tonight, and he's hit it right on the money 3 times. There's a strike. Didn't like the call.
No, I think Jason's probably looking back and saying, if he didn't call the first one, the second one was right on top of it.
Breaking ball. Two and two the count. Drop down with a fastball. He gone. And here comes Robin. 2 out.
This ball's got a good portion of the plate.
Well, it's in Kipnis' defense right here. When he drops down on 3-2, you got to be looking. You got to be thinking breaking ball. So here comes David Robertson, and we'll be back.
.245 on for the 52nd time. Opponent's hitting just 175. 73 strikeouts, 11 walks. That all coming in 55 innings. He's going to try to retire. Mike Aviles, who's a triple. Nope, not. He's got 3 hits, driven in 1, scored 1.
And he just had one heck of a game. One of the most beautiful plays you ever want to see at shortstop. You don't see that every day.
No, not with the infield in and throwing from balanced on one knee.
This is not going to take long. And this ball game is over. So the Sox even up this series at a game apiece. We lose last night 3-2. We win tonight 7-4, and we'll be back.